Hello. Happy Friday. Back in... Ooh, that camera's a little floaty. All right. We're back in Alchemy Factory. I was having a ton of fun with this last week, and I definitely want to keep going. So the place that we got to, since it's been a week, is... we have a bunch of the basic shop items automated. And we have automated our till as well, so I no longer have to manually deal with that. But our automation for all of this is what I might call awful. It is scattered across several tables out here. We have a bunch of just like redundant processing. Like we've got wood planks happening here, but we also have wood planks happening over here for charcoal, although maybe that's fine. Now that we have charcoal fuel instead of just wood fuel, like the way we're routing the charcoal is kind of terrible. So what I want to do today is we have like 35 or 40,000 gold or something. Yeah, we have very nearly 40,000 gold. Well, copper, not gold. Sorry. We don't have gold yet. We have copper. Also, apparently I have 1 silver in my inventory, which is not useful. But anyway, we want to close the shop. And I do finally have... I have the level 2 building tool. I think. If we check what I can build... no, I don't have the level 2 building tool yet. Okay, so I still need to buy the level 2 building tool. That is apparently on the to-do list. I thought I had done that at the end of last episode. And then once we have the level 2 building tool, we will be able to build like walls and floors and roofs and everything. So we will basically tear down the whole shop, rebuild it, floors and walls and everything. And that will be our, we will try to see if we can make a more reasonable, like, production line for, like, where our resources are being produced, getting everything coming in. We have the ability to get resources automatically now through the purchasing portal. And that will means that I won't have to hand deliver rocks and logs and iron ore and stuff around the base anymore. So that is the goal, is tear it all down and start over. But what I will do here is collect all of this plant matter and get it. Whoop, my inventory's full. Is that a catapult under logistics? It is absolutely a catapult under logistics. I've got some in here, actually. You can see they fling the items into the shelves to restock them. And I think they can also just, like, fling other places. I don't know if I have it researched. What's the tech tree button? But there's, like, a catapult receiver. Yeah, I haven't researched it. But there's a hopper, so I can have it, like, fling from, like, table to hopper or whatever if I wanted to do that. Alright. I think I need to get the building tool too. I thought I had done that at the end of last stream. Apparently I just thought about it. So let me collect some bricks. All right, building tool level 2. There we go. So now I should be able to make, yeah, floors, walls, etc., etc. We are going to need bricks for some of the things we want to build. So, like, we want the brick production to keep going. But we'll, let me see, what does this need, actually, for brick production to keep going? It needs logs. Let me grab some money out of our money container here. This is part of why I want to redo this, is because I stole a doorway for all my conveyor belts, and it's, a little rough. And this is one of the things we're going to be able to automate with the new build, is getting logs and everything delivered where they need to go. Can I clear out anything from my inventory? Why do I have 2 random linen thread? Or 1 random linen thread? And then as we start disassembling things, we're going to have heaps of random resources sitting around. But I should have enough money to buy whatever I need to keep making raw materials. So we're going to close the shop. And then we just start ripping things apart. I need to figure out the controls for... I drag and drop? Aha! That's how I do it. Okay. Cool. Not the cleanest UI in the whole world, but it'll work for now. So since we're building, we're going to need floors, walls, stairs, probably platforms, roofs. And then we're going to want storage while we're working. Because everything we take apart is just going to be dropping stuff in our inventory, and we're going to need a bunch of storage. So... storage boxes. Storage box. Oh, wait. Metal storage box. How big is this? Small gears. 2 ins, 2 outs. Oh, look at that. 12 slots. Okay. So that should help us to be able to store all of our stuff. But basically, it's time to start. I think we have to leave this front door here. And I'm going to leave these floors because we're going to be expanding where all of these floors come through. Can I buy this last corner of my lot? Is that a thing I can do? For sale. 8,000 money. Yes, I have 8,000 money. I have a lot more than 8,000 money. And here, let's do this while I'm thinking about it. That way the bricks will just buffer in this box, in that chest of bricks, so I don't have to go hunting for them. Because bricks are a building material I'm gonna need. There we go. Last corner done. Oh, and we're already overflowing stuff, and this is what I was afraid of. All right, where else do I have things that I can just dump out of my inventory? I have a bunch of clay. Where does clay live? Clay is this box. We're trying to get organized here. And some things we're going to end up with a lot of as we tear this down. Like, we're going to have thousands of planks. So planks are one of the things that get to go in this box. You know, small gears probably will end up with a lot of, so they will get their own big box over here. Regular gears as well. Oh, you can see what's in them when you hover over them. That's nice. The UI in this game has generally proven to be, like, pretty nice. Yeah, all of this can go. All of this can go. I don't want to disassemble charcoal production yet. Because we need charcoal for bricks. But we can probably take apart this whole path. The smelter is not doing anything, so we can take that apart. Honestly, we'll just move iron. And nails? Yeah. Move iron and nails. Because I think everything there is... We'll probably switch over pretty much entirely to using these big metal storage boxes as our buffers, because, like, why not? We do need more just stone. All right, let me... I have no money on me. Let me grab some money. Oop, end of the day. This should be a pretty good day for profit, because I didn't buy much. Yep. Let's buy some rocks. And we'll just get this, we'll get this thing running. I think we can actually disassemble everything past. Oh, what a mess. Confirm that for now. Small gears. Fortunately, I have those. And this is going to have these guys in it, because I've ended up with a bunch of them. I also need one for charcoal, because that's ending up as... Actually, do I have space in the charcoal buffer down here to just throw it in here instead of adding a new... Yes. All right, we're going to take a shortcut, and we're going to do this. Because it'll delete everything that becomes unsupported, which is very nice. And then I'll just rebuild the floor. Same here. Any tables that are processing things that I don't need anymore, I can just delete the whole table, and the same effect will happen. What's going on here? This makes rope. Surely I have some rope. I have some rope. What was this? This one was small gears. This one was big gears. That is more wood. Nails. More mortars, somehow. Linen, I can probably throw in the... Oh no, I took apart the linen machine, so I don't have a place for that. And stone, we are quickly going to be without a place for stone, but for now... Oh yeah, there's not enough in here. Let's drop down a big box for stone then. And we'll, well, when we delete this... we end up with a bunch of stone. I've got a little bit of flax fiber and linen thread that could probably be turned into something useful, so they're not in my inventory in that form. We'll let that run, and then I'll take apart this. All of this, I guess, can go. And then the hope is that we have enough raw materials that we can at least, and I don't think this is going to be a problem, for us to start to rebuild. You know, we're going to floor off the whole block, right? And then we're going to figure out what's going to be sort of the front of house, where I want the shop to be, and then I'm going to figure out how I want to separate that from the back, where we're going to have all of our, like, factory parts, right? All right, I think we've got plenty of bricks now. So I'm going to go ahead and start taking this stuff apart. How's my inventory doing? It's getting there. The inventory in this game is definitely on the smaller side. Here, let's actually put these in here, because it's all conceptually flax-related stuff, which is maybe a weird distinction, but makes sense to my brain. That's what matters. And lastly, I think that's it. So now we rebuild. Oop, need more wood. I'm going to need a lot more wood as we go through this. There we go. Now we can grab stupid amounts of wood. And just get everything done. We do have the option for, like, quarter segments of this. I guess if we wanted to try to make, I don't know, make our factory not a box. But why would we want to make our factory not a box? We want to maximize our available surface area. It's a box. All right, these ones need bricks. These need stone and bricks. Do we like the stone walls? I think stone walls on the ground floor and then the other walls on the... Although they're not stone on the inside. So... maybe it doesn't have quite the aesthetic appeal that I was hoping. Whoop, and that one just went in the opposite way. None of this is strictly necessary. I'm pretty sure my whole shop could just be flat floor and the game wouldn't care. But we're going to try to make a nice shop. We're going to need shelving. And I think the shelving will come in just like there. Like, I don't know how many different things we're eventually going to have to sell, but... sure. And then, are these the same width as a potion thing? Oh no, the potion thing is one thinner. That is... annoying. Okay. So what we're going to do then is if we put these with one space kind of in pairs with a one space gap between them. Then what happens is if I pull one of these out and I put in potion shelf, the potion shelf kind of centers nicely. Oh, maybe not. Okay, I was wrong. I need a gap between each of them for the potion shelf to fit. I think the potion shelf is like hitbox wider than it looks. Oh, and when we do it this way, everything like nicely lines up on a grid too. Look at that. All right, so that's what we want to do, except we're off by like 1 from where I actually want my grid set up. So we'll start it at this end. There. You know what? Actually, I changed my mind again. If I do these in pairs, but then gaps of 2. There we go. They line up with the floor pattern nicely. So there's basically the storefront. From here on out, it is all about building factory, getting everything that needs to be for sale back for sale on here. And kind of deciding how we want to lay out our sort of factory for each thing. Because like some of the early stuff is easy to process, and then the later stuff gets more complicated, as games like this tend to be. So we need to figure out how we want to lay out the internals of the factory here, because we do have to have everything for sale. Everything that we have researched, we have to have for sale, or customers get sad. So like we can start with getting some of the easy things going at this end again. I guess because resources just come from the portal thingies, the only issue with not centralizing them is that... Here, let me... I can put floors up, right? Yes, we can. We can build floors higher up. How far out can we build? 2. Okay. So that's something else to keep in mind, is this game does have like a support system, so we'll need to either add walls or... Can we build like beams or build something that is a... Yeah, so we might end up with like a maze of walls internally as well. That's like, if we have to have different things in different rooms, then we're going to have to figure out how we're routing all of the everything. So maybe I need to figure that out first, is figure out like, what does our top floor look like? Because if we can only go... So I think it's actually okay if we have a hole in the second floor here. Because what I can do is I can run conveyor lifts down to feed these items from the second floor. So then we'd take walls. Ooh, okay, we can do half walls. That's good to know. But for now, I'm just gonna do full walls, and we'll do full walls like through here. We'll do... Maybe this one needs to be a half wall. Just like here. Yeah, so then here we can have stuff potentially conveyor lifts coming down to feed our shelving units. And like, if we want stuff coming in from the other side, we can swap these walls for... Maybe I should just do this now. Like, do we just make all of these doorway walls? Although we could also have windows. We could have things coming in at the mid-level. For now... Let's just do normal. All right, and the rest of this all fits under one roof, because the whole thing is like 7 tiles wide or something. Yeah. Okay. The only issue is now I don't have a way upstairs, so let's give ourselves a way upstairs. Staircase. And then for now, second story... Well, we'll have to figure out what we want it to look like eventually. You know, we could start to put walls around. But I'm going to start running out of bricks very soon. Do I have any kind of, like, decorative... Oh, are these how we're supposed to do? Ooh. Let me grab some more iron. And if I grab beam again... Oh, that's not iron. That's a different metal. Okay, never mind. Not sure if beams are going to do what I need then. That's fine. We'll just do, we'll put this wall on here for now. We will have to change this wall so I can feed stuff through it eventually. But for now, it should be good. Here's a question. If I just kill one of these at random, yeah, this becomes unsupported. It's what I thought. So what do I need to do to get these things like bare minimum supported in the middle? I guess like that. And now everything is supported. Yes, this one is close to unsupported because these guys don't support this piece. They only support these pieces. Okay. But that's fine, because I can still destroy... I can destroy any one of these at a time and not break any of the floor above, which means that I can route in whatever I need to. Honestly, I don't need these most of the time. I just have to potentially throw a support wall in when I'm messing with these walls. All right. So I think now our goal needs to be to start getting the system running. And I also need to figure out how I want to I need to figure out how I want to route money. Money routing is going to be the weird thing. Let me just get kind of like all the basic raw materials in my inventory here, and then we'll all right. So the issue is when we build these purchasing portals, these are what are going to bring in our raw materials. And if I say I want one of these to supply logs, it needs coins brought into it so that it can supply logs. And that means that the coins that come from here and come out through some storage box need to get kind of routed around the whole base. And that feels sketchy. But it's something to keep in mind when we're doing our initial automations, and maybe what we do. Ooh, okay, I don't hate this plan. What if we say nothing actually gets manufactured on ground floor? What if ground floor is down here is purely logistics? Like we can bring coins through the system as needed, and then also I'll have to think more about exactly what that looks like, but if we just run the coin belt through the ground floor and then up to upper floor, you know, potentially just knock out this whole... Well, maybe not the whole thing, but you get the idea. We have a lot of space for logistics down here, is what I'm getting at. I should do conveyor lifts, though. Let me grab, actually, some monies, and we're gonna research a couple of the things that I haven't researched yet. We're gonna research hopper conveyors, which is gonna take 15 seconds. And then we will also research conveyor lifts. Because I think we're going to want these as well. Oh, and the tunnel conveyors. Yeah, we're going to want those. And then maybe I'll want to grab the bank portal as well. I don't know if we're going to need it necessarily, but... feels like it might be useful, so we'll grab it. So now we can make conveyor tunnels, which go through walls. And I assume we just, like, pop them on a... Yep. And we just decide which way they go. They can go on the floor. They can go higher up. Awesome. Excellent. That looks good. I think we're pretty much ready to start getting our to start getting our factory rebuilt. So we've got, I mean, let's just do like mortars and gears and small gears first, right? And we can go from there. Let's open the building menu and let's reset all of our construction stuff. So, what do we need? We need tables, for sure. We need belts, slopes, bigger slopes, tunnels and lifts. We want, I guess, the large storage boxes. The metal ones, I'm running out of iron, and I'm going to need iron to build stuff. So we're going to go with that for now. Lab stands, almost certainly. Beams, question mark. All right, that should be it for like the generic stuff. Everything else is going to be like per build, and I don't mind opening the build menu for that stuff. So let's just like get ourselves started, and we want to build kind of as far to this side as possible. Because again, we'll run our money through here, and then we can feed it in here, right? So we're going to have a purchasing portal. And it looks like we could do 2 of them. But if I say I want logs, can one portal, like, reasonably supply 2 saws is really my question. So if I grab stack of coins, and I, well, here, let's do like that. Let's grab a chest. Hook that up to the purchasing portal. If we throw money in, the answer is yes. Okay. Stop buying logs. That's plenty. The answer is yes, one purchasing portal can easily run 2 table saws. Okay. So then the question is, how much do I want to try to buy? Like, do I want to try to set up a big wood processing that I can route wood out of? Or do I want to set up portals everywhere I need them and just route coins around? And I feel like just routing coins around is easier. So that's what we're going to do. So, like, if we come over here and we want to be making wrong menu. What am I looking for? V? V. So, like, planks are made at the table saw, right? And then we grind those down into large gears. And then we process those down into small gears. And that makes 3 wooden gears from 1. But 1 grinder can run 2 small wooden gear machines. And makes a lot of small wooden gears. But we do need a lot of small wooden gears. So this is 200 and 400 seconds. So this is 1 every 2 seconds. So 1 saw runs 3 wooden gear machines. And 1 of those machines runs 2 small wooden gear machines? Okay. So that's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna have... Well, we want to buffer everything too, because I need to be able to grab raw materials. So, you know what? Let's go back to building from the back forward, like I said. Like I said I was going to originally. So here we're going to have our portal. And for now, we're only going to run... Well, we may as well run 2 saws. They're cheap enough to run. Now, the outputs of these are going to come right into... a large storage box. And then this goes into... What did I say? Those make 30 a minute. Find the grinders. Did I say it was 3 of them? 10 a minute, 10 a minute, 10 a minute. So yeah, that's fine. And then we'll do box like that. Like that? Is that what I said? And then 2 of them into processors. Which each use 5 a minute. So we're making 30 a minute small gears and currently 10 a minute large gears. But if we wanted to make more large gears, like, it would not be difficult to adjust this configuration. And maybe we should. So we'd say we have 2 grinders feeding the small gears. Which, is that doing what I want it to do? Not really. Might have to readjust that. All right, well, it is been an hour already, so Twitch wants me to run an ad break, and I'm going to let it do that. When we come back, we'll keep working on getting everything rebuilt and getting the shop reopened. And then we'll figure out what our next goal is and what we need to start working on next. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging around through the ad break. I changed my mind again. I think what I want is for this floor to just be purchasing portals. Because this is where the money comes from, right? The money comes through here. And then we can feed it into whatever purchasing portals we need. And then those can feed up through the floors into other places. What that means is that all of our goods are going to be made on the upper floors. It means this needs to be not a ceiling. So I think what we're going to have, if I build conveyor to here like that, and then a conveyor lift like that, we should be able to run a belt like right. Well, it needs to be one taller, but other than that, well, now that one's rotated the wrong way, but you get the idea. Let's try that once more with feeling. I think it's got to be to that height. And then I need like a... Because the floor is... Yeah, the floor ends here. So I need like a... Well, what I could actually do is put a wall there, right? If I put a wall there... And then we can put in a conveyor through thingy. Maybe not. Maybe we gotta... Does it have to be one more forward for the through thingy to work right? We're experimenting. We're learning as we go here. There we go. Look at that. That's what we want. Another question. Can I do... No, this cannot go through ceilings. Can the lift go through ceilings? Overlapping with other devices. No. Okay. So I do have to have this opening here. But I could probably get away with, if I wanted to, doing something a little different. Like if I want to do... All right, we can do half floors all the way across here. So this isn't quite as much of a weird space. And then can we do... I think because a bunch of those are yellow, the answer is probably no. But can I put walls on? Almost, but not quite. And then we do like half walls here. Not really sure what to do with this space here. Like, I need to get some kind of support for it. But other than that, this looks good. And maybe we have just enough space that if I wanted to do like a half wall. Doesn't like that. Do I have to break up the floor to do that? With the floor broken up, will it now let me do a half wall there? It will. Do it. Whoops. I was going to say I want to do it with the curved side facing the customers. There we go. It's very finicky about which way it faces, I guess. There we go. That's what I wanted. But now all of this should be considered supported, so I can add in whatever else I need. But actually, I wonder if what I should do had a thought. If we do this with the floor here, and then same thing here, we need a half wall, which means this has to be cleared. Because now this is just a little bit shorter down here, right? We're going up to here. Let's get everything positioned, and then we'll... We do a wall here. And the through thingy needs to be there. We'll find out. No. There. Yeah, like that. And that gives us more functional space on, like, this side. I don't know what I would do with this side, honestly. It's kind of wasted space. I might just close it off. I mean, that's an option, right? Let's close it off here. Come on. And potentially even like leave part of this open. I've gotten completely distracted with like designing this space and have done no factory building. That's okay. So like if we do something like that, then we can have floor again. Oh, it doesn't like that. It doesn't think that's supported. Which I guess it probably technically isn't. Ooh, I'm out of bricks. Oh, I'm out of bricks. Okay. Might be as far as we get with this layout for now. But the idea is like trying to make the front here feel a little bit more open. Also, are there variants of these? There are not. Okay, so the roofs have to be full-size squares. There's nothing I can do about that. But yeah, I like this. And then we do kind of have this little attic area that's sort of wasted, but I don't mind that so much. All right, well. Hey, Koi, welcome back. Good to see you again. I think this is gonna be the general shape of things. I'm out of raw materials, so I need to actually like rebuild the factory so we have raw materials again. But we've got a nice storefront. I guess I could put windows in some of these things if I wanted to, like. You're redoing your factory? Yeah, I'm in the middle of like I've gotten the upgrades to be able to build, so we're rebuilding. Not that one. This one. And put in like some nice windows in the front. Is that too much window? Nah, it's fine. All right, let's, I'm gonna take apart some of what I did up top here, just because I want the raw materials to be able to do other things. Like, where we're gonna have walls that have conveyor pass-throughs, I want to be able to, like, build the walls and have the conveyor pass-throughs and stuff like that. But I'm pretty happy overall that I know what I'm going to do up there. So let's get our first couple of these guys hooked up. You don't have this much unlocked yet and can already tell you'll be redoing. Yeah. As soon as I looked through the tech tree, I knew there was a redo in my future. Let's do these mirrored. Hopefully I got all that right. And then the conveyor pass-throughs. Oh no, those are backwards. Shoot. Oh, I can't actually mirror these the way I wanted to. Okay, they have to do this. All right, so they have to come in only from this side. Except I think some of these are backwards, so let's make sure we've got them all the right way. Yeah, they gotta be... think like that. That looks right. Yeah, there we go. So we got 6 conveyor pass-throughs. Feeding. Whoops. I just did 2 stupid things simultaneously. One was I tried to hit shift to crouch, and 2, I assumed that crouching would stop me from falling off the side of the wall, which I literally just Minecraft brained that. There is no crouch key in this. And as far as I know, there's no way to stop yourself from falling off the sides of walls. Cool. This should work for what we need it to do. As far as being able to run 6 products down to these stations here. So now I just kind of have to start getting the actual products available. Oh, nice. I can stand on the neighbor's roof. That's useful. I think I want to put blocks in my inventory because, like, that is easier than... Oh, actually, can I put all of these... One second. I might have to redo everything I did one more time. I do have to redo everything I did one more time. Because we want all this one lower. And that means all of these have to go. But that way the conveyor belts are all at, like, ground height. And I don't have to deal with lifting anything up to where the belts need to be. There we go. That should be a little bit easier to work with on the top floor. And then basically, now it's just a matter of figuring out a rat's nest of conveyor belt routings to get all of our products that we're going to be building here down into this area. And also figuring out whatever we need to do as far as getting raw materials from down below up here. So let's work backwards. Let's draw up a table. I don't know. Here. Do a couple of them. Let's start with like 2 processors here. And we're going to set these to do small wooden gears. And we're going to delete them immediately because I forgot to build some sort of storage buffer. And then we're going to put a storage buffer at the end of the table. And then we're going to do this again. Honestly, we can do it like this. There we go. So each of these guys will take in 5 wooden gears a minute. Which means that I believe they are correctly powered by just 1 grinder, which will do 10 wooden gears a minute. If I can find the grinder. Advanced processing, automated processing, there we go. So yeah, just 1 grinder for these guys, which is nice. If I throw wood in there, can't do that. Grinders automatically select their recipes, and I guess they're a little weird about that. But if I throw some wood in here, yeah, this makes 10 a minute, which is enough for 2 of these guys. Now, each of these saws makes how much wood a minute? 30 a minute. Which means that each saw can run 3 of these. So 2 saws will run 6 grinders, but we don't want to run all of the saw into grinder because we also need wood for other things. So I think what am I going to do? We're going to do another box here. We're going to run another grinder, or 2 grinders. And we're going to pull a saw here. And then we've got gears and small wooden gears. We'll throw logs on here. But yeah, each of these is 10 a minute. So we're making like 20 gears a minute and 30 small gears a minute, which is probably fine for now. And then we do have buffers of them, so if I need these for raw materials, I can grab them. It's probably worth considering moving some of this stuff to another... Like, probably worth considering having raw materials, like, be processed separately from what goes to the shop, so I have, like, a mall area. But for now, I think this is going to work fine. And then here, if I want to build a purchasing portal here, conveyor belt that in, supply log, none of that is right, but we're close. So you want to go what? Over one and forward one from where we built it? There we go. That's what we want. So this will bring coins up to here. And then we can make our floors a little less dangerous. This isn't buffering. Yeah, let's shuffle a little bit what I'm doing here. Because I do want to buffer wood. All right, so let's get our purchasing portal right on the edge. And then our two saws. I'm actually going to put this one here. And then these will both go together into a chest. That chest will then feed our array of grinders. I keep hitting 1 instead of 2 because I foolishly made tables 1 when in Factorio my belt shortcut is 1, and that is gonna keep screwing me up. We might have to change that. But now we should be able to do that. All right. Making progress here. I still have a bunch of planks in my inventory. And these can push out like a lot more planks than this can run. And the way this is set up, I set it up so I can like expand this way if I want to, and then pull it back in, pull the wood back in to this end. So we can easily feed more of these table saws from just this portal. You know, as fast as we can shove coins into the portal anyway. So I'm reasonably happy with this, making our first 2 items. Oh, I didn't set our conveyor targets, did I? There we go. Okay, so we still have a lot left to hook up, but we're getting going. Progress is being made. I want to leave space here to expand wood processing. And then we'll do pretty much the same thing here, but with stone. And we'll make a storage box of stone and a storage box of mortars. And we will feed that out to wherever it needs to go. Let me do something about this floor here, though. This is awful. Nope. All right, apparently that's the best we can do. It would be really cool to have railings. Maybe I can make railings. If I do a little bit of a... I think the problem is these need... Because of how these have to be supported... Yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of. Like, we can do that. Oh, that one's 5 long. Okay. But you can see where I'm like, I don't know how I want to align any of this so it works the way I want. I mean, we could kind of do this. You know, that's not so bad. That's acceptable. I could probably spend some more time figuring out how to build in this game and get something that's a little bit nicer, but it'll do for now. I forget why I came down. Oh, I need to go shopping. Do I have money? I have 4,000 monies. Okay. We need several of these guys. We're going to spend all of our money on these, and we may end up having to hand feed some of our machines initially because we might not be able to afford all of the teleportation sigils that we're going to want. I really hope I got this position right. Oh. Is there anything nicer I can use as like a vertical? Not really. I have blocks. Or I have walls. We have horizontal beams. We don't have like a vertical beam. Because like... this is not, like, aesthetically the greatest. But... yeah, my railings definitely feel a little bit like... just children's building blocks. Because they kind of are. Alright, well, I don't love it, but I don't hate it, so calling it good enough. Here... money comes out of the till. And then I need... oh, I put all my... here, let's keep organizing as we go. So money's going to come down from the till, and I do want it to be in a storage box. So we'll take that one apart, and we will build a new one. And I already hate this. You know what? Let's not do that. Let's do something more fun. All right. These are the longest ones I can do, though, which are not as long as I would like. I was hoping I could, like, run it along the wall here with, like, conveyor lifts, but the number of spots I'd have to support the whole thing is more than I want. So for now, I think we are still just going to run it here. Like, we'll feed into this chest. And then this comes all the way down here. And this is our main feed line of money into all of our requester doodles. So as money comes in from the shop, it's brought back here, it's distributed wherever it needs to go on this floor, and then feeds up into the second floor where we do our actual production. So here, we need to have basically the same deal of, we're going to have one of these right on the edge. We're going to have some room for belts. And then we're going to have a couple of stone grinders. I need big cogs. And this is going to feed... Here, basically, we're going to have the same layout, right? So... something like that. Except now... Well, let's get all of our stones moved up here first, and then we'll figure out what we're doing with other stuff. All right, and I've got several more of these limestone pieces, but we'll deal with them in a minute. As far as the thing that we need to be crafting here, it is mortars. Mortars are made where? In a processor. Okay. What is the rate? So each of these makes 20 limestone a minute. Okay. What am I currently making as far as gears? We're making 20 big gears and 30 small gears a minute. In theory. So if we drop down a processor here, and I say we want to make mortars, each of these only makes 3 a minute, and they use 15 stone. Okay. So I'm actually going to add that third stone crusher. Because then we can put 4 of these processors down, which I think is also another table. So yeah, that gives us 12 mortars a minute, which is not like a huge number, but should be enough to should be enough to keep the shop stocked, I hope. One of these had mortars in it. So let's drop the mortars up here. Oh, I didn't make a buffer for... I probably don't need as big of a buffer here because I don't need mortars as an ingredient for anything. They're only used for, like, selling. So having a full 8-slot storage buffer of them is perhaps excessive. But yeah, so this is all backed up on logs. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Whoops. So we'll do the same thing here, right? We'll do... conveyor... here. And it's about to be the end of the day. Oh, and I made that conveyor one too short? Yes. And, like, obviously right now, the way we're using a whole floor just to route coins feels a little silly and excessive. But remember that we're going to have multiple floors of building. So we're going to have coins, you know, going not just up here, but up to, like, the next floor past that. And so on and so forth over time. So we need to make sure that we have lots of space to expand this logistics in the future, because I don't want to have to rebuild this whole freaking shop again. That's an important part of our design here, is we're trying to future-proof at least a little bit. And then yeah, this can be set to make limestone. Sweet. And then, yeah, this should back up. I don't know how fast these purchasing portals are. It doesn't actually tell me. It might be as fast as the belts that can feed it are. I also wonder if I can feed these guys, like, can I feed them silver instead of copper and have them work faster? Not that I need them to work faster right now, but in theory, could I feed them silver instead of copper and have them work faster? Inquiring minds want to know. Whoops. Oh, end of the day. Yes, we spent a bunch of money and have not made any money. Thank you, game. I guess next thing is rope. And rope's going to be interesting because rope is going to need the, like... Do I not have the automatic gardens researched? How much money do those portals buffer? Probably too much. They buffer 1 purchase worth. So they're not too bad. Yeah, they stopped pretty quickly. Which is good because this game has no other method of controlling the logistics. So, it's not like I have circuit conditions to turn them off. Alright. Next is rope, I guess. Oh, I was just looking at... I wanted to look at the automated farm, which I apparently just never researched. Why can't... Oh, I don't have money. That's why I can't research it. Although, apparently all of my money is on, conveyor belts now. The portals might not buffer money, but there's like 1,000 monies in this conveyor belt. All right, can I do... Now I can research fertilizer, and the nursery is going to be another 1,600. Yeah, I might need to open up shop or check random quests. I burned through this money a lot faster than I thought I would, getting everything going. Although at this point, we have most of all the common raw materials, but I don't think we're going to be able to be buying, like, seeds and stuff. Let's see what we can do with random quests. I probably don't have enough iron for that one. I should be able to do this one. Nails, linen, and some rope. That's like the end of my rope, but we're just about to start making rope. The end of my rope. Ha. Cool. And actually, I need to... figure out what to do with my silver. Okay, so basic fertilizer is plant ash. And we get plant ash from running sage... All right, this is a process. So to make fertilizer, it uses 1 plant ash and 1 quicklime powder every 4 seconds. In an assembler, that's fine. Plant ash is made 1 per 3 seconds, okay. The mailbox loans are 0% interest. Okay, that's good to know too. Because I could probably just use a loan to finish my rebuild. So that's like a 3 assemblers to 4 plant ash machines. But then quicklime is 9. That's just not ratioed ever. All right. This part at least is ratioed. The crucible to the grinder. All right. We don't necessarily have to do this. I can hand feed plants for a little while, but it would be cool to see it all actually automated. But for now, Twitch is telling me that it's time to run an ad break again. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. I'm going to get some water and stretch my legs and step away from my computer for a moment. Everyone else do the same thing. Take care of yourself as human beings. And when we come back, we will keep going on this rebuild. Progress has been made. We've got the earliest things done. We have a few more products we need to get on the shelves before we can reopen. And then we'll, again, figure out the next goal. All right, I'll see everyone soon. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging around through the break. Yeah, let me check what the loans look like. Let's see how much I can borrow. Oh, we've got a good 40,000. Okay. Good to know. Could almost do this bulk order, but I'm out of rope. So we do need to get rope going because I need rope for conveyor lifts. So we have to have a minimum viable rope build running again. And after that, we can, we'll see what needs to happen for, bricks, because I think bricks are going to be the other thing that's going to be like restrictive as far as me being able to actually get the build built. So, rope. Rope is made from linen thread, which is made from flax fiber, which is made from flax in a grinder. So this thing buys... Right, and this is where we need, like, the automated factory, or the automated, the nurseries. Which I need clay for. Fortunately, I do have some uncooked clay. All right, so nurseries. That's not how I want this to work. How do I... Can the nurseries not take in... Right, you feed it fertilizer. Oh, does it not consume the seed? Is that how that works? So I don't have to constantly feed it seeds, I just feed it fertilizer? Spread seeds and add fertilizer. Because I was expecting it to have two inputs, one for seeds and one for fertilizer, and it only has one input, and now I'm confused. But... for now... Oh, they're just a one-time cost. Okay. Awesome. So being able to buy seeds from portals is not necessarily all that, well, maybe not all that useful. Cool. So I can do like this then for my flax. And then this makes... It doesn't really say. 200 every 400 seconds. So 2 of these is 1 a second. Is that what I'm looking at? All right. And then that can feed however many grinders I need. And we're just going to set up a simple rope build to start with. And then those feed what? How does this work? Fiber. So it's 3-to-1. So that would feed into 2 processors, making thread. And then that would feed into 2 processors, making rope. If my maths are right, which they may not be. So yeah, 60 a minute flax fiber. Into 20 a minute thread, and then each of these uses 20 a minute thread into 10 a minute. Yeah, rope. And that'll be rope out. Rope. And set target. There we go. So now we just have to be able to feed this thing fertilizer, which is a whole separate build. But, like, fertilizer is basically the equivalent of money input for plants, right? It's the thing that I need to feed in to get my plants. So we might end up routing fertilizer down here. I don't think I'll do the fertilizer build on the ground floor. I think I'll probably do the fertilizer build. Well, I don't know where. But it'll end up feeding somewhere else. And then flax goes in here. Flax fiber can go in here. And this will make some rope. And I'm actually going to disconnect the output for now. I might need to hand feed this, which is to say, just buy some flax seeds and drop some old school things just to get it bootstrapped. We'll see. We'll see how much rope I get from the 200 flax that I dropped in here. What is next on the list of things? What don't we have yet? We don't have nails, we don't have bricks, and we don't have linen. Linen is easy to set up because it's just like more of the same. It's just more flax processing. So let's maybe just do that to start. And then we'll need to figure out bricks and nails next, feeding into these. I do have room, like, back here if I wanted to try to do my fertilizer build back here. Not sure if it's worth it, but potentially an option. Okay, so this is going to be similar. Couple of flax things in. Storage. We might want a fourth table here. Because as I recall, the flax, the fabric uses a lot of flax. And then fabric is made where? At an assembler. Yeah, using 2 linen thread a second. Which, if I wanted that to run full speed, 60, 80, I need another. This has to be even bigger. Linen, yeah, 120 a minute, and each of these is 20. So that's 20, 40, 60, 80. Yeah, so we want here. Let's actually let's get it all built out. We don't necessarily have to try to feed this thing enough fertilizer for it to be able to run full speed. I just want to see what it looks like. Where is the center of this? It's gonna be right here. I guess I could mirror these so that... Let's do it. May as well make it look pretty. All right. And this would be fiber out or fabric out. Obviously it is not currently like ready to go, but and then I will need to figure out how much flax this actually needs. So if each of those is 20 a minute, wait, did I get this ratio wrong? Is this 6 to 1 of these? Or is flax faster than stone in a grinder? Yeah, 1 in 3 seconds. Okay, versus wood, which is in 6 seconds. Okay, so yes, it is faster. But what that's saying is 1 flax every 3 seconds times 18 is 6 flax a second, and each of these is 2, so I think it's 1 more nursery. Do something like that, although if we're not feeding it in well enough here, that's not gonna matter. Right? If whatever our rate is here isn't good enough, coming through this belt, like it's this amount in is this amount out, so doing 2 belts on this side is kind of pointless, and in fact I'm gonna get rid of it. Can I... One thing that I have noticed with this game is that the hitboxes are very precise. Like, I can poke through to the tables in places where I don't always expect. All right. So I think that's what I want. We're going to cut that and then paste it there. There we go. That is... I don't know if that's any better, but it's definitely differenter. So that should all be fertilizer stuff. I don't know how much fertilizer we're going to consume per second. Can I see that in here? Like if I see herbs crafted... Unsure. But this is definitely gonna need to be hand-fed a little bit. Let's make some farm plots. I'm out of stone. Jeez. Stone? Stone. We have plenty of stone. Cool. That should hopefully be enough flax for us to get started. What did I just build? 16 of them? Yes, 16 of them. Let's buy some flax seeds and get those planted, because we're going to have to hand feed all of our flax stuff for at least a little while. And our output here, I can throw fabric into. And that will come on down here. Rope. Linen. Are bricks the last thing that we have? No, and nails. Okay, so for bricks and nails, I need a charcoal setup. So that is going to be... I guess the next thing is a charcoal setup. And also, I'm running out of room on this floor of my building. So we might end up with a very cramped temporary charcoal and brick setup, just so I can get the base running again. Like, we could do it down here. Set up a temporary brick setup, because I need bricks to build any more of the building. And then we will also need, obviously, nails for that too. So let's do a quick charcoal setup, and we'll go from there. What is this box? Oh, charcoal. All right. So this makes one every half a second. This uses one every 4 seconds. Sorry, this makes one every 2 seconds. This uses one every 4 seconds. So one of these can run 2 of these. I think. But each of these platforms, yeah, holds 3. Nope, end of the day. Yes, I know. I just spent a bunch of money again, and we have very little to show for it. We're working on it, I promise. 1, 2. Well, we wouldn't do this, but it will be something like that, right? We're gonna have 1, 2 tables. We're gonna have our portal. We're gonna have 3 of these guys. Each of which runs 2 furnaces. So if we grab something like that. And then that is... Sorry, I don't have these shortcuts memorized yet. That ends up being 1.5 charcoal a second or something like that. 90 a minute. Which I believe all fits on one belt. So we can take this all right down here to whatever we then need to do. There we go. And then it feeds itself. That's the most important part. So, if we grab a couple stacks of charcoal, we can... bootstrap these guys. And if I grab... 3 logs, just because I want to confirm that I got the math right. So yeah, each of these makes 30 a minute. Each of these uses, yeah, 15 a minute. So we make 90 a minute charcoal. And then we loop that back into itself. Cool. Whatever doesn't loop back, we're going to put into... I'm actually going to use a big storage box for charcoal because if we ever run out of it, bad things happen. Cool. Now we've got charcoal again. Bricks and nails are going to be here. No, God, no. I assume that that's trying to demolish something on this side when I take it down. Yes. Don't do that. What if I come through here? 1. All right. Perfect. What do I need? Rope. Rope is upstairs because I didn't connect rope to the output because I knew I would need it as a raw material. Bonk. All right, one of these I set to bricks and one of them I set to nails. Yes. So bricks and nails we're just going to make down here because this is where charcoal is. And we are going to have to figure out how to feed all of this a little more effectively. But I wonder if the better thing to do with this is more of a... like... that. And then we should see this slowly accruing. Oh, is this too... Was I wrong about how many things my belts are upgraded to? Nope. No. It looks like we're just perfect. We're like just exactly 90 items. Okay. Cool. So yeah, that'll just buffer up charcoal forever, which I love. Iron. Iron isn't too bad, I don't think. We're gonna have a furnace. Need stone. We'll do iron, nails, and then we'll do bricks, because I think nails are gonna be easier than bricks. Also, whoops. Flax. We need to throw a bunch in here. And in here. So yeah, I think this needs to be adjusted, because if we're bringing in 20 times how much? Oh, these processor recipes aren't set. I think this is going to be not enough throughput. Yeah, the belt is definitely the limiting factor. And I think the belt is the limiting factor at like 4 or 5 of them. I could upgrade the belts probably to be able to do... $120. 150, 180, 210, 2... Looks like it goes up to 240, and then it hits this infinite one, which is just like incremental. Because I think it starts at 1 a second, 60 a minute, and is upgraded currently to... Oh, seeds will not be consumed. It's in the manual. Of course it is. What I'm trying to see is... Conveyor belt speed is 90 a minute. Okay. And for... $18 of these at what per minute? 20 a minute. That says 4 conveyors, but 18 doesn't divide nicely into 4. So we'd want to do 6. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And I think that probably also means doing, 6 of these, right? Because we have to be able to get the flax out fast enough, and I need iron. But each of these can be like in pairs on one storage box, right? So we do something like that. There. Right, like this. And then each of these runs 3. Maybe I don't really need to be buffering flex in a build like this in that case, because this is a lot of buffer. Maybe we just run these belts straight through. Because that's all I can do as far as, like, the limits of my belts. Although the problem with this is that I cannot hand feed it. So I do actually need to put... Ooh. At least one of these on a buffer. And then when I'm hand feeding it, it'll be slow. But at least it can be hand fed. And then the rest of these we will get automated, and then we'll remove this buffer entirely. I guess I could push my belt speed up to 120, and maybe I should do that. Let's push it up to 120. And, oop, end of the day summary. Belt speed is 120. Now, we redo a bunch of belts again. We can run... What do each of these make? Does this tell me? In 400 seconds, it makes 200. So this is only 30 per minute, 60 per minute. Oh, am I off by like a factor of 2 of how many nurseries I need? That might also be a thing that's a thing. Nursery production rate depends on the fertilizer. Yeah. That's what I was worried about. Okay. Oh, yeah. Required nutrient, 24 nutrient value. I saw this when I was looking at... If I look at the fertilizer, it's 12V a second. So that means that it takes 2 seconds for each... Okay, so it is 30 a minute out of each of these. But I think that is just because it's... The basic fertilizer is equivalent to hand planting, I think. But what we can do then is 4 of these feeds 6 of these. Jeez. So this is actually underbuilt with the basic fertilizer if I want to run this thing. We can only run a third of our input to this. Boy, fabric is going to be expensive to really get going mass production. Not that we need it to. Like, this should be plenty sufficient for our needs for a while. So... And then, yeah, 6 of these guys running off of 1 belt. All right, so this is good now. But to actually run all 6 of these guys, I need twice as many of these nurseries here. So this has half as much nursery as it needs. And this has a third. But okay, I got completely distracted with this very much a side project. Let's go back downstairs and let's work on iron and bricks. Nails and bricks. Oh, need stones. That's probably why I went upstairs in the first place, and then I got distracted. All right, so iron isn't going to be too bad, right? We're going to have coal in. We have a smelter. Oh, the smelter is funny because its inputs and outputs are on the same side. Okay. All right, charcoal in, and then this is iron out, and this needs to be iron in. So that's going to be like here, but up 3. Which is that a table height, actually? Oop, need wood. Right, because if we want these here, the iron in is, yeah, cool. Love that. And then we pull the iron out, And we can do additional processing. Out of those doodles, that's fine. I'll set one up later. Each of these makes 10 iron ingots a minute. Nails are made... Is that 5 a minute? So 2 processors we can support? Yep, 5 a minute, 5 a minute. That is 10 a minute. Nails are going to go there, and this one will end up as bricks. Okay. Let's do this. A little bit cleaner. So other than needing to drop a couple of iron, apparently I do not have any iron thingies. Do I have enough money to buy one? I have 2 silver, whatever that's worth, and some copper. The answer is yes, I can buy one. But we can also throw nails in here by hand. All right, and the last thing we need to do is going to be brick. And again, these down here, I absolutely consider temporary builds. There we go. Not that we have any money feeding in right now, but at least that'll turn charcoal on automatically once we do. Nails out. Probably need to set the target correctly. There we go. Nothing's coming down this one because I don't have anything built up there right now. All right, let's get bricks. And bricks are like the most complicated thing that we have. So that's 1 clay in 6 seconds in a kiln. Clay is made in 4 seconds. So it's like 3 to... It uses 1/6 per second, so 3 of those would be half per second. Okay, so yeah, we want 3 kilns to 2 of whatever the previous step is I believe what I'm calculating here. So we'll drop down 3 kilns. And we will take the opportunity while we're here, before we've built anything over this, to make sure we got the fuel hooked up. Yeah, 10 a minute in, 10 a minute in, 10 a minute in, and then the clay is made in an assembler. And I said I need 2 assemblers. We also do want to buffer clay, because clay is a thing that we do need sometimes, and same with bricks. So we're going to do this on this side. And then on this side, again. All right, let's see if I got my ratios right. 15 a minute, 10, 20, 30. Yes. We got it right. Now, we need 120 sand a minute and 60 charcoal powder a minute. And also, we have to... do something like that with, like... Except I need nails. This is, I believe, the last thing to build before we can reopen the shop and actually start making money again, which is good. All right, so one of these inputs is going to be a lot of sand, and one of them is going to be slightly less charcoal. But still a lot of charcoal. So sand, what's the rate of sand? 12 seconds, so that's 5 a minute. But I want, what did I say I wanted? 120 a minute? That can't be right. All right, yeah, that's a lot of sand. We probably won't build this at full scale then. I was working backwards from the ratios, but that is a lot of sand. All right, well, it is ad break o'clock again, so I'm gonna go ahead and let the ad run. When we're back, I'll I will finish up this build. It'll only be partial scale, but we'll at least have it basically functional. And then we'll reopen the shop. We'll have more money. We'll be able to, well, we'll have bricks too, so we'll be able to build the upstairs and keep working on actually expanding. But the rebuild is pretty much done. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Hello, hello. Welcome back. What did I do? Stop. There we go. Okay, so we've got to figure out this, which I think is just like a bunch of grinders. It's just going to be a bunch of grinders. Can we do something like that, which is just like belt in, belt in. That's probably way more than I actually want to hook up to my charcoal line right now, because I'm pretty sure it'll just eat all my charcoal. But if we fork this off here, see what this does. What is the speed of Okay, so each of these makes 15 a minute. And we need what? 60 a minute. Oh, so we only need like 4 of these. Done. Easy. Sand is not going to be as easy. But let's figure out what that's going to look like. Let me go buy a stone. Hopefully I can afford a stone. Otherwise I'm going to have to totally hand feed. I'm going to have to totally hand feed from up top. Woohoo! In that case, we will just drop a chest here, and we will call that our input. But how many... I grab grinders. There's 6 of them. Yeah, so each of these makes 5 a minute. 20, 30. And I need 120. Okay, so I need 4 times this much. We could do that. So if we grab grinders and we say, well, we say we need more wood, because we always need more wood. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. I hope I got that right. And then... let's actually clear out 2 and do them down at this end. That way we just have a little bit more space for belt management. Input belt. Input belt. And chest. And yes, we need to feed in like an actual source of stone to this, but that's 24 grinders. That is enough to run this whole thing. Let's grab some stone, throw it in. It is a silly amount, is what it is. But it should all fit on one belt. Might take a second for us to see it saturate, but yep, there it goes. Beautiful. Look at that. Now we just need to fix our belts here. There it goes. Clay goes in there. Brick comes out here. We need to hook up more charcoal. This is going to need more logs, or we're going to run out, but that'll happen automatically as soon as we start getting money. Oh, there it goes. We've got brick, we've got nails. All right, all right, all right. The only thing we don't have is the first potion. But I do have some in my inventory. Got another 29. Hopefully having these on multiple shelves doesn't, like, increase demand because the NPCs can randomly choose more items that way. That would be sad. But we're stocked. We're as good as we're going to get. Obviously, I still need to build potion factory again. Congratulations, we're open. Oh, I'm not buffering iron ingots, am I? Ooh. Yeah, we gotta fix that. That's fine. All of this can just get, like... moved around a little bit. A couple of processors. There we go. Now we will be able to buffer iron ingots once we fill up on nails. But we should see money coming in. I'm going to have to keep an eye on things because we may need to manually fix some stuff. But this is good. All right, we do have some money coming in here. So we're going to start feeding logs into the charcoal machine again. Excellent. Presumably, it's going to take a little bit for things to back up at these stations as well, because, yeah, we're running low on resources here. All right, we have no fabric buffered. We have very little rope buffered. So if I can afford any... No. What's my inventory looking like? I have 158 money. Okay. I mean, obviously we have plenty of fabric buffered through like the whole line to keep it stocked, I think. I'm not too worried about that. I'm just worried about... Oh, we're out of potions. Okay. Well, that didn't last long. So we do need to get healing potions going again. I think that's another one that we're just going to squeeze in down here until we have the time and space to rebuild it properly. Bop. Bop. All right, so we'll work backwards. Wait, is this thing backwards? Oh no, it's just symmetric. Okay. Catapult goes, I guess, here. Target set. Nails. Oh, and of course, I'm off by one. That'll be potions out. And then that comes straight out of a assembler? More wood. Yes. And that needs... Whoops. 1 sage powder per second and 1 of the other thing per second. We make 1 sage powder every 3 seconds, so that's 3 grinders for sage. And we make 1 flax fiber every 3 seconds, so that's 3 grinders for flax. All right. Where is grinder? There we go. And then each of these is 1-to-1. If we check the sage, This will make 1 every 3 seconds. So we need 3 growy things for sage and 2 for flax. Which we can grab clay, but I don't have iron ingots. And I still don't have money accumulating. Hopefully soon. Yeah, soon. Once we have money accumulating, we'll be able to, Here, can we do any of these random... What do we have for random quests? Oh, I should be able to do this. Linen, small wooden gears, and bricks. Oh no, we don't have linen. How much linen does it actually need? Only 20. Okay, I can grab that from the belt. It's not that much. All right. And that money is gonna pay for one thing, 3 iron ore, so we can get iron processing running. And then I'm also gonna spend a bunch of the rest of it on, how much money do I have left? Oh, still 7 silver. Awesome. We can buy some more flax seeds and get those planted by hand, because we are still running manual for that. Until I can do a fertilizer build. Oh, I probably also should have grabbed some sage seeds, huh? I didn't even think about that. Let's grab some sage seeds too. There we go. So that'll be enough for us to get potion production running again, and also to throw more flax at this build, which is behind. And then to actually get potion production running, we're going to need... we're going to need to be able to buy a couple more... Well, no, we just need to be able to make the gardens for these, right? So... whatever that is, 2 for one and 3 for the other. Our sterling reputation is going to drop until we're making potions again, but it's all right. I think we're still making more money. It's worth it to stay open with only one thing out of stock, I think. And yeah, wood is fully buffered on its coins. Stone still isn't. And wood here is buffering. Cool. And stone here is... okay, pretty close. It needs another, like, few thousand coins worth of stones on this belt. Yeah, we are running out of charcoal, so we might need to expand charcoal, which is super cool. I'm glad wood is cheap, but like, we're making a lot of charcoal here. But yeah, it seems like, I mean, especially trying to make heaps and heaps of clay, right? That's just using bazillions of charcoal. Yeah, a few minutes left on all this stuff. I guess I could grab... so what do we need for the automated farm? Oh, it's iron. Which I was going to say I doubt we have yet. But apparently I didn't set the recipe on that processor, so actually we do. All right. So 2 of these would be flax, and 3 of them would be sage. Can I buy that many seeds right now? No. We're out of money again. So, how's money doing? It's not really fully backing up yet. It's getting there. This is backed up. This is like, this whole belt has to saturate before I actually start to have like a pile of money that I can use. I could almost do this. I might have enough ingots. I probably don't have enough ingots. But also 20 linen. We're probably running low on linen. Yeah, we don't have enough ingots. We do have a bunch of flax, though. And then the rest of that I'm going to save, and it's going to feed into this doodle. Other thing I want to think about is what are the next expansion points? Because we have our, like, first main block here. And yes, I can go up 2 or 3 stories with that, but like 150 silver. Wow. Okay, that's expensive. That gets expensive fast. $15,000 gold. Not even copper. Gold. All right, here we go. This is going to be backing up shortly. Stone is expensive. Yeah, and this still needs a couple more to pop out before it's actually saturated. So this will buffer whatever. Is everything pretty much staying stocked, though? It is. It is. And we know the most basic stuff is fully automated. It's just the... the things that I ran out of money on that we have to... All right, so we're going to have potions running through again. That is hopefully going to be a lot of money for us. I don't like that this is... Oh, of course, it's not going to be a fully saturated belt anymore because I changed it from 90 to 120. So we could run 2 more of these guys on a single belt. That's what's going on. And actually, we should do that, shouldn't we? Let's just expand it. More charcoal, more better. More stone. Like, we're having issues keeping charcoal saturated in our base anyway. Our shop. So let's just add more, since our belts are more capable now. That should be all that needs. Other than perhaps me not getting this. There we go. So now we should be saturating a full belt out again. Except this time it is 120 items a minute instead of 90. Yes, look at that. Whole belts. Like, each stone furnace consumes... Does it tell me? Heat consumption 1 whatever per second. And charcoal has 40p. That looks like it's moving a lot more than 1 every 40 seconds. I'm assuming that's because the recipe also takes... Yeah, the crucible takes 4 a second. Okay. So 12, 15 a second, 30. Sorry, 4, 8, 12, 13. Wait, 1, 2, 3 plus 32. 35 a second. Okay. So this should be just under 1 charcoal a second going this way. Yeah. So each of these kilns pulls 15 a second, plus the 1 from here. So that's 48 a second, which is slightly more. But when the kilns aren't running, these drain a lot more slowly. Okay. I understand now. I get how it works. Oh, and we have potions coming out. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Fuel density can definitely become a problem. Yes, I think I saw... Is there a fuel efficiency upgrade? Yeah. Fuel efficiency 12, so 220%. As high as we want. 10% more every time. I've been dumping all of my points into belt speed. Trying to keep my spaghetti to a minimum and be able to do everything I can with 1 belt, right? But... fuel value boost definitely seems... Oh, I didn't even check. Charcoal powder is a 20% boost in fuel density. I should be powdering all my charcoal. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Because it's not like grinders use anything. And like, yes, we are going to need charcoal for other things. It's used in more crafting recipes. But that's fine. Everything down here is semi-temporary, except maybe the charcoal setup. So when we rip all this out for a better build, we'll figure out what we want to do there. Let me grab some rocks to feed brick with. How are we doing on... Oh, look at that. We have money. We have money again. So I think the next thing I need to do, well, there's two things to do. One is build third floor so I can get my next set of builds or clean up the 2 temporary or 3 temporary builds down here. Once that's done, I can put... I might keep charcoal down here, because I think charcoal is like... Charcoal gets distributed to lots of different builds, right? Because it's fuel. So it exists as like core logistics. And fertilizer also lives down here for the same reason. And then bricks, iron, and healing potions all need to get moved upstairs somewhere. Yeah, healing potions are accruing. Linen rope, linen fabric, plenty of gears. All right, our main quest is the vitality potion. I haven't even looked at the research tree for that. Okay, but we are going to get into fluids, it looks like. We need 80 liquid something and 4... whatever that is. I think I have that already, though. Yeah. So it's going to be quicklime powder. And... 80 of some fluid that presumably will show up as soon as I have the right recipes. And then glass. Okay, glass is just shoving sand into a kiln, which, yes, it's a lot of sand, but it'll, it won't be too bad to build. But is glass a good? No. Or maybe it is. Yeah, glass has a price. Okay. So yeah, once I start glass going, I'll be able to sell that. And it shouldn't be too expensive to make, so that's good. Not that people are ever giving me so much money that getting it out of this is a bottleneck, but you know what? It looks pretty. What's the next carpenter request? And does it give me anything interesting? It lets me move my bed. Oh, it also gives me a bunch of money. 10 linen and 30 rope. I can do that. Been sitting on that for a while. Apparently I am going to run out of linen soon, though, so we are going to have to grab more. Grab more seeds. We're still hand planting. Until I can get a fertilizer build set up, we're hand planting. And I definitely misclicked one of those. So they're not nice, clean, separated builds. Why do I have 3 logs? Oh, probably from adjusting this. What's the best thing to do with 3 random logs? I guess... we just throw it on a table saw, and I will have some extra wood. Let's get a little bit of money. Let's grab a few of these teleportation cores, or whatever they're called. Sigils. Portal sigils. There we go. Well, I guess iron is a temporary build right now, so I don't have to hook up the input to that. Same with this. I mean, I guess I should just hook it up, just so that it's hooked up. Why are you? Oh, I have no wood. What I hate is how long this belt is. Because... that's just more cost. Because that's a bunch of iron that's going to be sitting buffered, and iron is expensive. I guess it's not the end of the world. But if I can figure out how to get that... oh, the end of the day is always a little bit disruptive. Okay, we can put... Okay. This isn't so bad. Because we can do that. And I guess another, like... now if I drop this thing... here... yeah... and then we just feed in money. All right, that is iron now properly automated. And then the other thing to automate would be stone coming in here. Don't know how... each of these makes 20 a minute. How much stone did I say I needed? 120 a minute, so I need 6 of these. Ouch. Gears. All right. We've got gears somewhere. One of these. Oh, or is it small gears? I don't actually know. Take them both. I need them both in my inventory anyway. Cool. And then Don't have room for the portal here. So these guys will all need to be fed from like here. And if I grab one of these purchasing portals, set it to limestone, we can just bring the money around. We'll find out if we can actually push enough money into this to run 6 stone crushers, but I also suspect that this is going to absolutely ruin my charcoal. We'll find out. But, like, how much does this need? 60 a minute. How much are we making? 120 a minute. Okay, so it'll use like half of my charcoal. Might be fine. But if it does absolutely ruin our charcoal, then we'll have to expand it. So the only stuff now that is not automated is the stuff that needs fertilizer. And especially this stupid thing that needs... so much flax input for the flax whatever it's called. Jeez, brain fart. For the fabric. We're just gonna call it fabric. Because, yeah, we're going to need 12 of these when all is said and done, which is a lot. But things are moving. Looks like I caught this just in time and got it restocked just in time. The linen fabric is definitely gonna be a thing. It's gonna take a lot of fertilizer for that. I'm gonna have to figure out how much fertilizer I need to run all of my builds, including the fertilizer build. But yeah, this is gonna need a lot more inputs. All right, I think I'm gonna call it here for tonight. But this is good. We got the main rebuild done. The shop is making money again, which is the important thing. Like, everything else is... And obviously, we just, like, spent all of our money. Jeez, we just spent, like, all of our money. Getting this setup running at full speed now. I'm not sure if we're pulling enough through. We might have to start crushing, like, all of our charcoal just to get that little bit of extra fuel value out of it. So that's something to look into. And we also need to do, of course, fertilizer. So those are the things to start thinking about next time. I'm not sure when next time will be, because next Friday is the day after Christmas, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be streaming yet the day after Christmas. I will, as soon as I figure out what my family wants to do next week, I will post on Blue Sky and in my Discord what my schedule is going to be. I just honestly don't know yet. But definitely I will at least be doing the Factorio stream on Tuesday. It's just like the Wednesday and Friday streams that I'm not sure about. And definitely no stream on Thursday. I know that much. But yeah, thanks very much, everyone. I really appreciate everyone who tunes in and watches. I'm still having a lot of fun with this game, so I definitely want to keep making time for it. And given the weird schedule around the holiday for the next couple weeks, there will definitely be time slots where I can squeeze it in. So, looking forward to it. And I will see everybody next time.